I do remember the last time I used to look at the spirit, Earth Spirit, or back when it was truly in the meta, was back when Storm I used to run that Storm Earth Spirit down towards that mid lane with Avulus back when he was still with that squad. But that was a while now. That was, I think, over a year ago. Yeshua123, they pick up that Weaver. Not exactly sure if this is going to be a core Weaver. It could be at the same time. It could be an offlane Beastmaster, a mid lane Beastmaster. Yeshua123 are not really revealing any of their strategies quite just yet. Second win though. I mean, second win have a bit more stable of a draft. They're pretty much, you know, they have the tankiness, they have the sustain, the heals, and they have the tempo of the Razor. So it does feel like they you know, pack quite a punch. Yeshua123, of course, they do have the supports to make it work, and this does mean that it'll be a Weaver carry, as they do have the Tusk and the Shadow Demon for the supports. That tag team coupled up with that Weaver is going to have a lot of damage output. So second wind, they've decided to amp up their own damage output. They've picked up the Kez, the Razor 2. So this is probably all three core heroes being revealed, unless second wind plan on running a support Earth Spirit. It could happen, it's just not seen all that frequently. In fact, I haven't seen a support Earth Spirit in the longest of time. So it's going to be interesting if that is truly going to be the case. At the same time, for your show, you can run that Beastmaster down towards that mid lane.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yasho, I wonder what they're going to be playing down that middle role, or if this is just going to be a mid lane Beastmaster for Panda, then I wonder what they're going to be playing on that off lane position. As Yeshua123, they seem to think this is going to be an offlane Beastmaster, that they're going to pick up a different hero for Panda, and if that is the case, is it going to be another Spirit hero? Probably just that Storm or that Void Spirit. As Yeshua, they've banned out that Storm Spirit, so they also think that this is not going to be an Earth Spirit on that mid lane. It's just going to be a support Earth Spirit. So both teams trying to read the other's draft, or as I say that, perhaps they've already read them, and I'm the one, you know, who's still stuck on page number 1, while these guys are on the second last chapter.
5 seconds remaining.
Second wind thinking about it, and they go for that Tidehunter, so they do have that wombo combo coming in. Tidehunter's Ravage plus the Razor and the Kez, and interestingly, this seems to be a Razor on that mid lane, and Yeshua123.
10 seconds remaining.
They're going to be going for
5 seconds remaining.
that last pick. Interesting. I wonder what they'll actually be going for. It's going to be the Mars. Okay, this is something that they know how to play with, and I did expect that it'll be Panda on that mid roll. It just seemed like, honestly, a good place to be. But as I say that, it is 11 who picks up that Beastmaster. So is Yeshua123 going to be playing a mid Mars? This is This is pretty interesting to see from their lineup. Now, the last time I saw Mid Mars, let me remember, it was Team Spirit Academy. I was casting Europe. I believe it. Yeah, I was casting Europe, and it back in CCT Europe, the most recent, or rather the ongoing season. I remember Spirit Academy. They brought on that mid lane Mars from 86, and despite of the fact that you have some great arenas, despite of the fact that you can initiate really well because you have that early blink dagger, you have those early game items, I fail to see the impact of a mid Mars, right? Even when you do get those big ultimates off, it really feels like a situation where everything you can do on that mid Mars, you can do on that offlane Mars. And the mid Mars has no differentiating factor between the mid role and the offlane role, in the sense that you itemize exactly the same way. So then it kind of feels like you're in an awkward position where you don't have a mid lane hero that is coming in with, mid lane heroes typically scale up on both utility, control, as well as damage, right? That's the job of a mid laner. But the Mars doesn't scale up in damage. He obviously does a little bit, but not as much as some of the other mid lane heroes do. So it'll be interesting to see if this is going to be a mid Mars, how Yasuo go at it. Now remember, they Yasuo have previously, even in yesterday, they did switch around their roles. This is something that they've done in previous seasons too. So they're definitely, their players have the versatility of being able to play on multiple lanes. So that maybe that's something they're going to be playing around with. Who really knows? We'll find out. The logos are not in the screen, so I will adjust them for you guys, and it should be visible now. There we go. Yeah, they're up there. Hmm.
30 seconds to battle.
As it seems like the buyback bros, or rather, second wind, it's the second wind of the buyback bros. They're on their buybacks. It's a 5-match smoke that will come out from the dire side. As Takahashi, he is going to get disrupted. Nevermind is going to go in, but it's actually Mr. Grange who takes in quite a bit of damage. And in fact, that will be first blood drawn by second wind. It will be Nevermind to pick that up. As it did seem like Yasuo, they did not want to go for a full-on assault, a head-to-head, but they were forced into it. And now this is going to be a bit of an advantage for the side of the Dire, but maybe not too much. Let's see what this mid lane has to actually offer. The Beastmaster versus the Razor, in a scenario where the Razor should ideally dominate, right? BB, with that static link, with that plasma field, should ideally have a pretty good time against a melee hero. At the same time, you do have to be a bit careful of the boars, and have to be a bit careful of any potential rotation coming in from, say, a hero like the Tusk, who has activated his tag team, and alongside Krish with the Weaver, Nevermind is taking in quite a bit of damage, slowed down by the Sakuchi, and Nevermind will go down. Takahashi, playing a meta hero himself, doesn't have too much in the way of trading ability to offer. I mean, he can trade pretty well, it's just he can't keep his distance while trading, and that essentially means Takahashi also has to get back as soon as his offlaner falls. Because you can't trade against Krish. He has that Sakuchi. He'll just go back. right? It's Tammy who has around 700 HP alongside 5 armor, so that also makes Tammy a difficult target to trade against. And even though you have this very aggressive lane coming out here, this is much more damage output coming in from Yasuo. They have that Geminate attack, they have the Sakuchi, the Swarm, armor reduction, multiple attacks to help to synergize with the attack team. It makes it's just pretty awkward, honestly, for Team Second Wind. They will have a bit of a rough time in this offlane, despite of getting that first blood. Nevermind may even be forced back to the jungle. It would be surprising to see the Tidehunter in that kind of position, but this is just a very powerful lane coming out by Yasuo. As towards that top side, it is going to be a Mars and a Shadow Demon, and in fact, it's, now that I think about it, it is a Mars on the offlane. I was out of my mind when I suggested the Mars mid, but glad it's not a Mars mid. Bisq with that with those fatal bonds, they do have to get back. These fatal bonds, man, alongside a hero like the Kez, just again, it's synergy coming out from both sides safe lane. And I think even though that there's a bit less synergy with the Kez and the Warlock, I do still think that it's going to be a very difficult lane to play into if you are this offlaner from Yasuo. It's a scenario where you may not get much done, but at the same time, I think the Mars should still be able to find his farm. He does have the Spear, does have the Rebuke. Sure, the Tidehunter has the Anchor Smash, but I think the Mars should be a little bit better at those last hits compared to the Tidehunter. We can already see this taking place. The Mars has 12 last hits, the Tidehunter only has the 8. And Bisq, he can't go forward here. Every single time he does, you do have the carry from Second Wind ready to pounce on that Shadow Demon, and the disruption just gets forced out. I think for Second Wind, it is Jengi who is on the Kez, as 11
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
from Yasuo's side. Or it should be Walki on Yasuo's side. We'll have to see. Bisq waiting in the trees, uses that disruption, and now the Hawk as well as the board, they are there. BB taking in a lot of damage, does have that wand alongside that Fairy Fire. Stun comes in by Takahashi, but it's not enough to save their mid laner. And now Takahashi, even he's going to be in trouble. Throws out the Blood Grenade to get that extra kill, and will be able to find it, but Bisq ends up with a double kill as he goes down. Not too worth it for the side of Second Wind, as they do lose their mid laner, and they give the experience for both the kills to 11. And I think that for Yasuo, that's pretty much going to be
Radiant's courier has been killed.
let's see what will actually take place. As towards that mid lane, Takahashi and BB rolling on forward. Tammy does pick up that shield rune. And as the Warlock hit with the Swarm, and Tammy and Chris should be able to take him down. And the Warlock actually goes down. Tammy is also going to potentially be a target with Takahashi coming on over with the rolling boulder, but Tammy, he is going to possibly fall here. The shards actually blocks in Takahashi.
Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning.
It's actually going to be rotations coming in by or rather by the side of Yasho as Krish. Or rather, it's the Beastmaster that does decide to join. It's Krish who'll have to disengage.
Dire are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
This is going to be a bit of an interesting game with the fact that the Kez does have about 42
Dire's
lost
middle
hits.
tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Roar expended towards Takahashi. He needs to find some way to roll away, but does not have it off of cooldown, so in the end he will go down. It's going to be Kanda, who, again, not too bad as far as the lost hit department is concerned. 31 as opposed to the Tidehunter's 36. And I think this is an okay place for the Mars to be. The only problem is he didn't go for that earlier Soul Ring. He did decide to make that second Bracer, which means that he does have, a fairly high amount of HP, 1500 to play with, but doesn't have the spammability for his spells. So he'll have to hold off on the Flash Farm department at least until he can get that Soul Ring down. And still, you have to be a bit careful on the Mars not to use your spells, because then the other side can jump in on you. Never mind, again, tag team activated. This is one of the best spells to take out tanky heroes like the Tidehunter and like heroes like the Bristlebag, but as I said, that the Tidehunter wants to take out Tammy. It's also Krish he had his eyes upon, but the Ravage plus Anchor Smash combo, it was not enough damage, and in the end, Nevermind will go down. It's Takahashi who'll fall too. Krish ending up with a double kill, as Yasho, they have up to 1,000 net worth advantage. And are looking pretty strong, at least on that Weaver and on that Beastmaster. 2-0-5 for Krish right now, as he's going to be going for that Desolator.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Kez, though, he also gets picked apart over on that top lane. Oh, man, this is looking a bit rough. Krish also gets a kill on Nevermind towards that bot lane. As Bisk uses that Demonic Purge, but will end up going down. Shadow Demon loses his life.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower has been denied.
BB, he is gonna get sent up into the air with that Walrus Punch. The rest of Second Wind, they are approaching this fight, but Krish, he's coming in with a Sakuchi. No one from Second Wind has actually gone down as Nevermind comes in with that Ravage. It's BB who will still go down though, as Tammy has been traded out. The Kez being speared into the river, but still has plenty of HP to play with. It's actually the Magnetize that is pushing Yasho back, as Blisk has nowhere to go. 11 will fall beside him, as now it's just up to Panda. He'll spear the Tidehunter back as Krish does what he can in the fight, should be able to take out the Warlock, but does not have the time left, so he needs to be a bit careful. He needs to go for that wraparound across through to the river and will be able to pick up that mega kill streak. And in the end, I think for Krish, that's a very good team fight. For the rest of Yasho, probably not so much. At the same time, it is going to be Second Wind who do come out with the win for the Keds, so both sides actually obtaining quite a bit for their carries. Of course, Krish got a little bit more as far as the experience and both the gold goes.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
As the Kez, or rather, it's Tammy by the Kez. Kez will be able to take him out. And I think that Jengi, being a pretty impressive carry player for Second Wind, if I'm being honest. A pretty good pickup for their side.
Radiant's courier has been killed. Radiant's middle tower.
Krish went in with the Tsukuchi. Arena also comes in by Panda, but it's Takahashi who will roll forward. Nevermind has already gone down towards that bot lane though, so it is a bit of a failed skirmish by Second Wind. At the same time, Takahashi with that Earth Spirit, I mean, he's going for that Ether Lens on a support hero. Now, that's not that bad. I assume the cost range for his spells is going to help him out. But he needs some utility items. He needs to build up some sustain. Perhaps the Guardian Greaves should be coming in. But as I say that, it's really not. Oh. It's the Kez who is going to get roared. And in fact, the Kez has fallen. And now Second Wind, they have to get back. The Razor cannot survive the kind of damage output that comes in from Krish at this point. The Desolator is online, and Yasho should be able to run down these towers.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Roshan with that tag team melts to Yasho's firepower. Takahashi will come in with the Magnetize, but doesn't actually, or rather, he never used that Magnetize. It was just that roll up. But 11 has that Aegis. It's the Beastmaster's essentially favorite item to actually have at this time of the game. He's playing around with an Aghanim Scepter, should have that Blink Dagger up soon, and with this kind of damage output coming in, the question then becomes, Jengi, he doesn't have that Desolator online yet. So do they really want to fight into an Aegis? It does seem like BB at least wants to, will be able to secure the kill for Jengi. Just frontlining for his team, but now needs to be careful. Krish, alongside that observer board, they do see where BB is. The Tidehunter is there too. As Krish, he will slow down that Razor momentarily. Roar still not enough range, and I doubt that they'll go up to that high ground. They have to now disengage from this very awkward position, but as I say that, they do have that observer board planted down, so they should be able to see someone coming if they make a move on Yasho.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Grish going on in, but decides not to.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom
Nevermind is going to be initiated upon. It's the Mars. It's 11. And they'll take him down. I mean, the Beastmaster, normally with a Tidehunter, it's strong to survive these kinds of initiations. It's a bit awkward because you have so much damage coming in. The DPS from your show is too much for any hero to survive from in this game, in this server. It's the Aghanim Scepter, Blink Dagger. I mean, the timings for your show, they're just on the mark. And for a second win, it's a bit awkward because your Razor does not have his first item. It is flying in the Courier, the Manta style, but how does the Manta help him? It's the Kaz who has that Desolator, but it's still a lot later than when Krish got it. And Krish got a fair few kills for his team once he got that Deso. Sure, he may not have that many stacks as Jengi going to get disrupted as he wanted to rush forward. It's actually going to be Nevermind who will step in front a bit. Oh no, this is the problem. This is the fact that the matter is, if this Beastmaster, if 11 jumps in on you, then you're not going to be able to do much. It's also going to be the Warlock. Demonic Purge going to come in. Warlock is going to fall, as Nevermind is going to get skewered and will potentially actually end up going down. Nevermind will take a bow.
Radiant are scanning.
Tormentor is going to spawn 6,000 of a lead right now for your show. And they should be able to take out that Tormentor. Bisk will be able to pick up the shard. The Demonic Lens now coming in. Applying that Dispel. Applying the heal. 450 of a heal is still pretty good. Removing negative buffs for the duration is actually a great ability to have. And no, the Kaz Jengi. He goes down. Warlock goes down too. And the rest of Second Wind's lineup is going to completely collapse. Takahashi nowhere to go. This is just absolutely brutal by your show. It seems like they're just running them down over. They were playing against Interactive Philippines before this series started, so it did seem like they were coming in with hot hands. And in fact, they found the comeback against Interactive Philippines, because I remember I was watching that match while patiently waiting for them to come in for this one, and their comeback was pretty good. I think that some of you were also there watching that match in particular. Your show were down like 10,000 net worth. Their high ground was about to be besieged, but they still made that comeback, which was very impressive. And it seems like it's just given them a boost in morale. It seems like they're just playing out of their minds currently. Takahashi will roll away. The Beastmaster is actually going to go in on towards Jengi. No BKB, no survivability. These spells, they're not being used in synchrony. And the problem is, for a second wind, even though they're throwing everything they have, it's just not good enough. Yasuo will wipe out second wind as they take apart the entire lineup. And honestly, this has gotten to the point nearly of crossed the point of no return, perhaps, as the 14,000 lead starts to stack up. When you take a look at the items available for second wind, it doesn't really feel like they're going to be able to build up anything to counter out the kind of momentum that Yasuo possess. Now, the Tidehunter, never mind, does have that Aghanim Scepter. Gengi has that, or rather, is building up to that BKB. The Razor... Well, the Razor has that Manta. Oh, no. Gengi. He just came in. He's going to get skewered to the wall. And he's just going to go down. Kurish with 20 Desolator charges with the Chrysalis available for that Weaver is just too much of a damage. It's just too much damage output. The Roar for 11 is back up too.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Valky on the Beastmaster. Or rather, yeah, it should be Valky on the Beastmaster. I'm not exactly... I know that one of them is Valky, one of them is Panda. The only thing is, Kurish is playing the position 1 instead of the position 2. Or even the position 3 that he was playing back in previous seasons. So we will have to see what actually happens. Takahashi sent up into the air. Oh, that is a lot of damage coming in from just one punch. Tammy playing the one punch man. 32-9 right now. Warlock also having gone down. As Gengi does use the Raven's Wail, doesn't get hit by the dust, and needs to kind of swarm his way around. Will be able to teleport away, so Gengi makes it out of that one alive. Still quite a few ways to go for his BKB, if I'm being honest. There is no Aegis on Yasuo, so I suppose there is a bit of a silver lining, but still, they can't actually take a fight. Grish's damage output just seems to be a bit too much. At the same time, their static link is going to come out. Grish's damage output is going to be drained, and they will be able to take apart Grish. And maybe they'll even be able to find more. It's actually going to be the Mars who'll fall down, and now without their two cores, they simply cannot take the fight, and this is the best fight that they're going to get over on second wind. Gengi ends up with a triple kill, and that is his BKB complete. Krish being a bit too hot-headed, being a bit too aggressive, approaching that tier 3 without having any kind of vision of who lies on the other side, because the swarm, it never hit anyone. So Krish didn't actually see if anyone else apart from the Kez was there, and unfortunately everyone was waiting on top of that high ground to reinitiate, or rather to counterplay. Bisk does have his Blink Dagger. It's going to be Roshan who will roar, Takahashi who will actually push Bisk towards his team. As I say that, it does seem like Krish, he is itching for a fight. Will Sakuchi on forward. They actually have the Razor cut in now. Skewer to the wall. No static link damage absorbed. Baby, he tries to do what he can with that Manta and run back, but it won't be possible. It will be Yasuo who will still come out with the win, because there's no way the second win re-engage. It's actually going to be Gengi caught. Even though he had that BKB, he just simply couldn't turn it around. switch disciplines perhaps was on cooldown. Roshan potentially going to be a target. It's actually going to be Nevermind who... Oh no, look at the amount of damage that just comes out from Krish. Even though the blubber is activated, it's just the fact that you have around a maxed out Desolator as well as that Daedalus for Krish. Just seems like a bit hard, a bit rough for Second Wind.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Does need to be, I suppose, a bit... Honestly, they still have to find a way to probe that high ground, which is going to be a slight problem. You know, you have that Ravage, you have that Earth Spirit, you have that Warlock, so there's quite a few AoEs that you will have to deal with. Fatal Bonds, Chaotic Offering, Ravage, the Gush, which is now an AoE ability, the Magnetize, the Razor's Plasma Field. It's a lot you have to get through. Even the Echo Slashes or the Raptor Dance is something that you cannot actually underestimate, because the Kez does have that Desolator and that Vladimir's. At the same time, Takahashi is in a smoke of deceit. Unfortunately, it's the Warlock who is on the front line. Not exactly a frontliner, in my opinion, as he will quickly realize that for himself.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Teleport is going to come in. Oh. Tammy does get pushed into the base, but it's actually Takahashi who will melt instantaneously. They don't have their Warlock, so they don't have the luxury of their full AoE defense. It'll be Jengi who'll go in with that Raptor Dance, but is unable to do much. He'll just get pushed back. It might be the Mars who does eventually fall. Now the Chaotic Offering finally comes out, but still Krish wants to fight back because he's still holding on to that Aegis. It'll be Tammy who will stick around as 11 joins the fight now, and he does have that roar. He will initiate upon that Razor. BB nowhere to go, and Krish will wipe the Razor out. And in the end, Takahashi, he will he will actually buy back into the game. But the question is, how do they defend without their Ravage, without their Chaotic Offering, without their big ultimates? In fact, that's not the only problem. They don't have 3 of their heroes. It'll be a disruption on Takahashi. They'll take him out. The dieback on the Tidehunter. As it does seem like Yeshua 123 will be able to acquire the first lane of barracks.
Dire's top barracks has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
melee barracks will go down too, so it is essentially 2 lanes of barracks is being picked up, but 11, he was inching, he was probing for someone to reveal himself so that he can use the roar on them. More of a lion as opposed to a beastmaster. It's become the beast that he has mastered himself. Hmm. He has an entire refresher. He'll activate the Ashivas, he'll plunge forward, another roar on towards Baby, who will fall inside of the arena. Nevermind will blink back, holding onto that Ravage for now. Baby rejoins the game with a buyback. It's going to be Jengi, the one in big trouble. He's trying to parry his way out of there, but in the end, he will get rebuked down. It's going to be a pullback from on towards Tammy, but he has that snowball. In the end, he will still go down. But by the time that he does, his team will have acquired that last remaining tier 3 tower, will have taken apart that ranged barracks, but it's Nevermind who'll come in with a Ravage. BKB activated from 11 as he turned it around, and it does seem like Krish with that time lapse, he is still able to go on strong. It will still be a show who will be able to come up with a game win. Nevermind will call GG as game number 1 in this best of 3 will go in favor of the show for second win. Maybe the second game is where they can actually come up with something, because this did not look like an even series. This looked like a pretty brutal game by Yasho. Honestly, they came in packing for this one. Even though they were the ones who lost first blood, even though they were the ones who perhaps did not have as good of an off lane compared to the safe lane of the other side, but Krish was able to find his farm. 11 on that Beastmaster was able to find his farm, and in the end, the Beastmaster and the Weaver, both of those two players from Yasho, they truly showed up. They just honestly steamrolled over the other side. Not to mention some, of course, the disruption saves coming in from that Shadow Demon. Bisk and Tammy played it really well. Even the Mars played it really well. So I think everyone from Yasho did participate equally. The Weaver's damage output certainly was, the spotlight was forced on them. But now the spotlight is going to be on second wind. Whether or not they can actually come up with that comeback, take this to a game number 3. I personally think they can. It just depends on how the game actually goes, because at the end of the day, I do really like BB, Jengi. I've seen these players, they do have the potential, but now they'll have to show their potential. We will be back with Quinn Station right after a short break, so don't go anywhere and stay tuned. being down a game in this series. They quite honestly were overwhelmed with Yasuo bringing in the Weaver from Krish. Panda coming in with that Beastmaster. And honestly, it looked pretty rough for a second win, if I'm being honest. And now these teams will actually trade their heroes. It'll be second win who'll pick up the Razor, or rather the Weaver, and it will be Yasuo who will actually pick up the Razor. So this is going to definitely be an interesting one to watch to see how exactly Yasuo perform with the Razor. And they'll also have the Disruptor by their side, so they want something to catch that Weaver with. That Glimpse plus that Static Storm is always going to be a pretty good combo against the Weaver. At the same time, the Clockwork is always going to be a pretty good hero against a hero like a Disruptor. So we'll see if Second Wind are going to be able to get the jump on Yasuo. At the same time, you still have to contend with that Shadow Fiend. It's going to be, it's hard to be able to do that when you don't have, too many sustain-based heroes. Now, you do have the Tiny this game. You can absorb a lot of damage. Clockwork can also theoretically absorb a bit of damage because he is a strength-based hero, but it can't get too slowed down by those raises, right? And it's still the fact that Yasuo have not revealed which lane the Shadow Fiend will be playing, which lane the Razor will be playing. It's very much up in the air. Second win, though, they come out with that Darkseer, so it does mean that this is going to be, at the very least, a Darkseer core. And between the other three heroes they have, there is going to, obviously, Weaver or Tiny, one of them has to be a core hero. I actually miss the days when you guys remember the days when the Clockwork offlane used to be an actual thing, not just in the pro meta but also in the pub games. Like, Clockwork was a very viable offlane hero for a very long time, and just they decided to remove him from the offlane. They decided that this mechanical, I don't actually know, mechanical all robots are mechanical, or this robot was supposed to be a support. This is what the future looks like, guys. This is this is AI. This is the Clockwork now. AI is meant to support, not to replace. As I say that, Yasuo, they ban out that Storm as Second Wind. Yasuo seemed to predict that this is not going to be a Tiny on that mid lane, so that means what they are predicting is this Weaver is going to be the carry, Clockwork is going to be the Weaver is going to be the carry, Darkseer is going to be the off lane, and Tiny and Clockwork are going to be the supports. But I'm not sure how you actually play with two melee supports. And at the end of the day, you still do have three melee heroes in general. So that Requiem is going to be something you need to watch out for. That Static Storm is something to watch out for. And the Razor is always someone to be on the lookout for. And you want to keep your distance from the Razor. I think maybe the Surge will help them do that. But then you did pick up the Darkseer into the Disruptor, so I'm not sure what the idea there was from Second Wind. Yasuo will actually ban out that Queen of Pain. Interesting. And the puck was banned out from the very get-go. So the Ember and the Void Spirit are still left in the pool. But Second Wind, I mean, if you go for the Voids, if you go for either one of those two, you're going to be left with 4 melee heroes. And maybe you're playing right into Yasuo's hands. So perhaps just pick up a Huskar. Or even the Huskar seems a bit rough, right? With the Shadow Fiend Razor on the other side. And the fact you have a Disruptor, so you can just glimpse the Huskar back. Or maybe not even do that. Just, if he goes in with a life break, just pop the Static Storm. So it's not exactly a great pick in this scenario. I don't know, maybe just play a Tiny mid. That's something that I was thinking about. It's not that bad, because with that Avalanche toss, perhaps you can start off the fight by being able to take out the Disruptor. But Second Wind, they have a different plan. They want to come in with the Leshrac. They want to come in with that magical damage. So it will be a Leshrac mid, Darkseer offlane, Weaver carry, Clockwork, and Tiny will be the supports for your show. They see the entire lineup. What are they going to decide? If they want to send their Shadow Fiend down towards that mid lane, it wouldn't be all that bad. And at the same time, you have that Razor for your offlane to contest against that Weaver. So it's a pretty good lane there. Will you pick up a carry right now? Because you can also play the Razor on your own safe lane with that Tusk, or maybe even with that Disruptor, a Kinetic Field to hold someone in, and you can unleash that Static Link, steal quite a bit of damage. And honestly, the Razor can free farm on his own lane. And then you can pick up an offlane hero that does well against the Weaver. I mean, the Mars is available in the pool right now. The Primal Beast is available in the pool right now. There are a lot of, even the Tidehunter, there are a lot of offlane heroes that your show can make work, especially with their Wombo combo already built in place. Any offlane hero is just going to add on to that. So it's, honestly, they have a lot of options.
You may now select your hero.
And it will be a Mars being picked up by a show. They know how to make the Mars work, and they will, in fact, go for it. And a Second Wind who, you know, have something to prove right now, because despite of, in my opinion, and that's obviously my opinion, but I think it's also, my opinion is also, you know, cemented with the fact of that Second Wind's players, they have results for themselves, right? They have results to show for. And I think that this is a team that can take the win against your show, but have things to work on in their draft. I mean, even when I take a look at this draft, it feels like, well, firstly, there's a bit of a height difference between the heroes that your show have picked up and the heroes that Second Wind have. It's actually interesting because the height scales up in a step ladder. But the biggest difference is the fact that I think your show's lineup is just overall really well built. If their heroes, they achieve a certain purpose, Second Wind may have some bit of Wombo combo. You know, you have that tiny avalanche toss into the Darkseer's vacuum, or maybe into the Leshrac. You do have that Weaver that can deal that damage. I mean, Chris demonstrated that last game. But it kind of feels like the same position where Second Wind, you guys remember in game number 1, if you guys remember, Jengi on the Kez, you had that farm, you had that damage dealing potential, but the other side just came in with so much lockdowns, came in with so much burst potential that the Jengi was never able to do anything. And I feel like it's going to be a similar situation this time around, with the fact that with the fact that your show honestly may just be able to overrun your show's lineup.
Prepare for battle.
We will see if that is going to be the case, as the half funds, the good lucks, they are thrown on it. Tammy, oh man, I love that voice line. I don't have that voice line because I don't play the Disruptor. I had the Lion Taunt, the one that, you know, that does the moonwalk, but that's just about it. Can't wait for Tammy to throw out more of those voice lines. As it does seem like your show, they are tweaking a little bit on their part of the map, but now their game faces will be on. They will decide.
30 seconds to battle.
To go for a Smoke of Deceit and make their way on the other side. Now, Second Wind did achieve that
The battle begins.
First Blood lost game, and it seems like your show, they will be a bit more careful. No, as I say that, it's going to be 11. Held inside of the cogs, he is going to get pushed back left, right, and center. Takahashi throws out that avalanche, and where First Blood was drawn for the first game, Second Wind will draw it in at the same area on the same hero. Or not on the same hero. And actually, Nevermind was the one who got that first blood last game. This time around, it will actually go in the way of Jengi. So this is actually going to be a scenario where, you know, your Weaver has quite a bit of an early game head start.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Taking a look at this lane though, they didn't position the Tusk with the Razor. They actually, or rather with the Shadow Fiend, they positioned the Tusk with the Mars. Now this is still okay because you are playing into a Clockwork. At the end of the day, maybe if you can get the Clockwork caught in an awkward spot, you can potentially take him down. At the same time, Bisk, for the moment, wants to trade, or rather wants to drag away the creep wave. And essentially BB towards that mid lane, it's still an awkward lane for the Leshrac, because while you can essentially use your lightning bolts and your earth splits, you can find your farm here, but you still always have to be careful. 11, he has a plasma field and is going for that block bottle, so he will essentially look to spam out his abilities as much as he can. And this isn't exactly an easy lane for the Leshrac. This is not exactly a common lane either for the Leshrac to play into. But I think the Razor is one of those heroes that does really well against melee-based matchups and does okay against range-based matchups. He doesn't actually lose any kind of a matchup. Oh no, Takahashi glimpsed back. Will be taken out by Krish, as it's also going to be Krish who have that bit of head start. As a Bisk takes down the Clockwork, ANS goes down. And I will actually check who's playing on ANS, or at least on the nick of ANS. It should be MYN. MYN is the player there. Takahashi hit with the raises. And again, these raises are something to watch out for. And even though Nevermind doesn't, you know, have to play... Okay. BB able to take out the Shadow Fiend all by himself. Something that I pretty much did not expect. Now, Nevermind, even though he's playing a lane where he's not faced up with the Razor, but playing into a Shadow Fiend and a hero that can actually glimpse you back, that's not ideal either, as Takahashi will realize this for himself. He's going to get glimpsed back, and he's already used his Avalanche, which means that Krish will be able to land those raises and essentially picks up another kill. And this time around, 11 is able to find his revenge on towards BB. He is actually going to survive at the end of that. The tower hits not enough to take out 11. And he has, I think, the luxury of being able to take out this creep wave. But the glyph coming out from potentially, probably BB, to make sure that Razor can't actually farm this creep wave up. BB is going to respawn and come back into the lane. The Clockwork trying to come in for a wraparound. Can MYN get it done? 11 seems to want to go back to the fountain and just probably teleport back to the lane. Nevermind is going to get glimpsed back, but I don't think they should be able to get the kill here. This is just to be able to poke at that Darkseer. However, Takahashi, he will find that toss on top of Tammy, as Tammy will go down. Krish, he missed the one raise because of that split coming out from the electromagnetic repulsion, but he will be able to find the kill on Takahashi. Very good kills coming out by Krish, but now he needs to create a bit of a gap, and he has the power treads, and Nevermind does not have the boots of speed. Would have not been able to take out Krish. He did have that surge coming up, so it would have been 50-50 on whether or not he would have been able to take out that SF.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Certainly going to be something very interesting to see. Nevermind, brought back into the static or rather the kinetic field once more. Krish ends up with a killing spree, able to use the raises, able to make them work. It's actually towards that mid lane. 11, who is going to be able to unleash a static link. Takahashi will go down, and the snowball save momentarily is going to keep 11 alive, but I doubt he'll be able to make it out from this position. He will go down. Tammy also comes in. He wants to use a Thunderstrike to get a kill on that Clockwork, but still, Thunderstrike has been used on BB in order to try and escape from this position. Infused Raindrop also absorbs a bit of that magical damage, but in the end, BB ends up with a triple kill. And this is the kind of start you want. This is the kind of luck that you want. With that regeneration rune also spawning up for BB, he'll be able to get back up to full HP and to full mana, and it will be to much of the dismay of that Razor.
Dire are scanning. Radiant are scanning.
Ooh, Takahashi. I mean, Krish is getting too much here. They're also going to be glimpsing back Nevermind. Krish looking for an additional raise, will be able to find it. However, it's not enough to take out Nevermind. The Thunderstrike does come out, so Nevermind will go down, as Gengi did show up to get a kill here. Shrine of Wisdom in Ness, or rather MYN, trying to secure that Shrine of Wisdom will not be possible. He will get slowed down by the Rebuke and will actually be skewered on an awkward part of the map. And now MYN, he is being held in. The Mars is actually coming in for a long wraparound, but won't be able to protect the Tusk. As Gengi, he should be able to pick up the kill here despite that snowball coming out, but no, maybe Gengi can't get the kill. Gengi needs to actually survive. He'll be able to get that time lapse at the very last second and will be able to teleport away. Was still able to get the kill on Bisk. So I suppose it is okay.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Krish does have that Kaya too. As it will be the Mars who gets taken out by Gengi. Requiem is going to be disabled for at least a little bit. Split Earth is going to come out too, so Krish, he'll never be able to get the Requiem off. BB coming in with the perfect rotation, 6, 1, and 3 on that Leshrac. Will be charging on forward with the Thunderstrike slowing down Tammy. Gengi takes out Bisk towards that top lane, and Tammy will fall towards his bot side. Now he does buy a bit of space and hides himself inside of the tree so he won't go down, but still, it is second win who are able to fight back. When we take a look at the net worth, it is still going to be BB at the very top of the net worth chart. It's going to be Krish who will trail behind the Leshrac, but it's going to be a bit of a margin, 400 gold in favor of this mid Lesh. Mars dodges out that Leshrac stun, but it's a problem that the Sledgetrack is going to get hit critical mass. Or not critical mass, but still has a very early head start. It's going to be the Clockwork who is trying to juke around. But now Takahashi, Gengi, and Nevermind, they collapse upon Krish and take him out for the second time in a row. Bisk is going to try and escape out of this awkward spot. He does have that snowball towards that creep, so Bisk will be able to make it out of here in one piece. But is he really going to be able to stay in one piece? Takahashi will go forward with that avalanche. A few more hits from Gengi will do the trick. Bisk will go down. It's also a wicked 6 streak for Gengi right now. He is demonstrating that he can play the Weaver just as well as Krish can. And the fact of the matter is, it's not just one hero from Second Wind who's doing really well. It's not just BB who's 6-1-3. It's also the Weaver who's 7-0-1. Darcia may have been going down. Takahashi may have been going down too. He's 2-5, but most of the kills that Krish has acquired have been on these supports. At the same time, a lot of the kills that Second Wind have been able to acquire have been on these cores too. 1 death on the Mars, 3 deaths on both the Razor as well as the Shadow Fiend, and that means that it's not really an even game as far as the kill feed goes. 9 of the kills, 9 out of 12 kills, so around, my math is poor, but 70% of the kills, that should be around 70%, is in the hands of 70% of the kills are on just the supports, not on any cores. That's a complete contrast of that kill feed that you see above the screen there. It's a position which puts Yasuo in serious danger.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
BB. He'll be able to dodge that spear, but can he dodge that static storm? He's held inside of that kinetic field. Static link is going to have taken so much of that damage, and BB will go down. The first actual big kill that Yasuo have been able to acquire, and now with Krish in this position, he may be able to fight back. He throws out that Requiem, which actually keeps Tammy alive. The cogs expire, and Tammy, he's still squirming around, but against Gengi, can't seem to get that done. It will be Krish who will miss a few raises. They really wanted to take down that Weaver as well, but they couldn't find it. But over an overall 2-for-1, heavily favoring Yasuo. Sure, they do lose the 2, but they take out that big Leshrac that was so cumbersome for their lineup. And they might be able to find more. No. Takahashi. Avalanche Toss comes in, and he will take out both 11 and Abysk. And it's an overall 4-for-2. This exchange was obviously not worth it for Yasuo's side. Now they do pick up 3 bounty runes, so they pick up effectively a kill there. A kill's worth of gold anyway. Surprising that there were 3 bounty runes just lying there. But Krish is farming. I mean, he is at the very top of the network chart. He's going to have that Blink Dagger, and remember, this isn't a physical DPS Shadow Fiend that needs to scale up in physical damage. This is a magic damage Shadow Fiend that almost has that Blink Dagger alongside that Yasha and Kaya. Shrine of Wisdom is going to spawn, and Yasuo have no choice but to abandon that position. They will give up the shrine to BB.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
A second win. They are acquiring control of this game. Glimpse is going to bring the Leshrac back, and he is going to get speared inside of the arena. Krish will be able to take BB out.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are
Tammy on the side there. Clockwork does come in, And actually, the cogs won't actually catch them. However, it's a great toss. It slows down everyone from your show. And a great vacuum coming in from Nevermind. The snowball disengagement has to be there. Otherwise, that team fight would have been a complete disaster. As they 2 take out Gengi still, despite of the near perfect initiations coming in from second win. They did not have a third win in their team fight. Yasho able to pick up the kill on the Weaver. They got about 8. Their offlaner got about 800 gold from that kill. It is a bit of a disaster. BB was not there in that fight at all, and they really needed him to show up with his host of abilities, with that follow-up AoE magical damage, because he's the one that brings that damage in. The rest of his lineup, sure, you have Takahashi with that avalanche toss, but the Leshrak needs to be the one to do the heavy lifting as far as the follow-up is concerned after that vacuum. And if BB is not there, your team fight is not there. 11 is gonna get spotted out. Is not gonna be able to teleport out though. He activates that blade mail to do what little he can. Is a fair bit amount of damage, but BB, he is perfectly alright, especially with the Guardian Greaves. However, Krish does have that Blink Dagger Requiem now. Hook shot landing on that Mars. Might actually just end up going down. He does.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning.
Bisk uses that wall response. Takahashi. Static Link is online and the Plasma Field actually clipped BB, but unfortunately he was able to throw out that vacuum from that Darkseer. Krish now comes in with the Requiem but was unable to unleash it. He does finally send it out, but it did not have the same kind of impact that they were looking for. It will be the Mars, the only one remaining, or the last one standing, as it will still be another tower picked up despite of that reinitiation by Krish. May not be a tower that completely goes down because the rest of the show are respawning.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
But the tier 2 tower, it will go down. Gengi did not go for the Desolator route that Krish's Weaver went for.
Radiant's
Gengi has gone for the Mjolnir and the BKB route. He'll have that BKB soon too. So once he has that BKB, he need not be afraid of Krish's Requiem. Well, Mars has to be afraid of Takahashi's tosses. He does create a bit of a gap. Takahashi has that Blink Dagger though, so the Mars is dead. Yeah, the Mars is pretty much dead. He can't really escape from that position. It was a cheeky attempt though. It was a nice attempt. Props for the effort there to try and make it out, but will not be successful in doing so.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Tormentor is potentially going to be picked up and most likely going to fall too.
Dire are scanning.
Lashrak going to be able to make it out. Walrus Punch not really landing, as Bisk makes a play towards the Shrine of Wisdom but will not be able to go for it. You do have MYN there.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Grish, he's waiting to unleash that Requiem and will go in forward to use it. BB will end up melting. Grish has activated his BKB, but now they need to find someone else in those team fights because the BKB is going to wear away. A perfect vacuum comes in from Nevermind. However, the Static Storm came out from the Disruptor. They have Jengi, who is silenced down, but he was able to get the time lapse out, and in the end, your show will still lose the fight. Tammy will be the lost casualty as Amars has made it back to his fountain. Nevermind, and his vacuum plays all game long have been incredibly consistent. It's just a follow-up that has been inconsistent so far, but this time around they were able to keep their Weaver alive, or Jengi was able to keep himself alive at the very least. With that time-lapse play coming in, Jengi was able to turn the fight, and now with the fact that he has that BKB, that Static Storm play is never going to work. So they only have one play remaining on the side of Yasuo. It's instead of using that Requiem on top of that Leshrac, they need to pop that Requiem on Jengi himself. And that's the only way they can actually win the fight. As I say that, Jengi realizes this. He realizes that he may be the potential target for that Requiem. So now he's going to go inside that Roche Pit, and with that second life, he's no longer a viable target too for Yasuo. They're just going to have to hold off taking fights for the next 5 minutes. But Yasuo have been in this position before. Just before the series, they had to play with their Shadow Fiend while they were 10,000 net worth behind, and they were able to get it done. But with these vacuums coming in time and time again, it just seems so incredibly hard. It's still though Krish who is able to take out Takahashi with just the raises, but now needs to be careful. Krish has that BKB, is trying to hold on to it. The snowball save is going to come in. Meanwhile, towards that backline, 11, he is going on forward with that static link. Might be able to take BB down, but it's going to be a trade. Both of them will lose their lives as Krish goes in with the raises. Might have been enough to take out the Weaver, but the souls that depart upon Krish's death do finally take out that first life. It's still not an overall bad fight for Yasuo, but they did lose more. And the reason they lost more was because Jengi had that Aegis and now will be making his way towards that high ground. Now this can be defended, but you need your Mars, who is currently walking back to the base because he does not have a teleport. The glyph will provide him that buffer, that time to make it back to his high ground. It's the glimpse back on the clockwork. Bisk. Vacuum comes in, and it's actually the cogs that are gonna push him out instantly. Krish wants to avenge Tammy. The arena does come out. Krish will be able to pick up yet another kill, but never mind. He's holding on. Does not actually have the vacuum, so Yasuo should be able to make it back to their high ground. Bisk, though, is the one in real danger. He has a swarm on him. Rocket Flare is not going to be enough to take out the Tusk. Bisk will stay alive at the end of the day. It's just going to be an overall 1-for-1. Not too bad for either side, but it's a 12,000 net worth advantage. That is the real big problem. It's the fact that Gengi, he's now scaling up his damage output. He's done with these farming items. He's done with the sustain. He wants that Daedalus, and he wants the game in the bag.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
BB with that Eels for that survivability, as well as that amplified damage rune, waiting for anyone to show their face so that they can initiate upon them. And it's Nevermind who has truly been the MVP for this fight. They go in on the Weaver and they collapse Gengi from the get-go. Krish ends up with a double kill. BB still wants to stick around. I'm not sure this is the right play. They might be able to take out the Razor, might be able to take out the Mars. No, he stays alive. Another great vacuum coming in from Nevermind, but BB needs to hightail it out of here. Krish is going to come in with those Razors and will be able to take out BB. Nevermind will go down too, and for second wind, they should not have gone in. I suppose the idea was that they could have gotten a quick kill on that Razor and they would have been able to make it out, but clearly they underestimated the pushback potential coming in from Yasuo, and now Krish, he's back at the very top. He's now going for that Daedalus, and in fact, he has that Daedalus now. The damage output coming in from this Shadow Fiend is not just that magical damage. You now have to contest against the physical damage Krish brings in. He has that level 20 thanks to that team fight. So now he has those additional +2 damage in the soul. So it's not just the +88 damage he's receiving from this. It's also the +60 damage from the soul. So he's essentially, Krish in that last team fight and now in between of that minute transition, he has more than 150 damage infused on this Shadow Fiend. Oh, Weaver able to activate the BKB as soon as the Mars went in. And I think Rin should just teleport on out of here, but he doesn't have a TP. It's actually going to be Krish, who ideally should be making his way out. Now, does he use the BKB for it? Or does he actually stick around? He'll be going in for the Requiem! And will be able to take out Gengi, and then decide to TP out. Certainly, the outplay was there, at least the intent, but Krish was not perfect with his BKB timing, and in the end, he will still lose his life for it. In the end, it will be 1 kill they'll get, but at the cost of the 4 lives they've had to give up. Or I suppose it was a 3 lives, because the Mars's life was always going to be forfeit.
Dire are scanning.
Mars trying to play a Ring of Roses, but does not have the BKB. I think he's dead, right? He's pretty much dead. How is it that every time I take a look at the Mars, he's doesn't have a teleport back? Like, I don't understand this. It's ironic, right? It's quite funny. Krish, oh no, he needs to hightail it out of here immediately. He can't go for the same play he did last time around. Razor, though, 11 is going to come in. Static Storm is going to come out, but another great vacuum coming in from Nevermind. No BKBs having been committed so far. Neither has the pipe been used. They want to escape this team fight together as a full unit, but I'm not sure if they'll be able to. 11 takes in a lot of damage. It's going to be Takahashi who'll come in from the side as Chris decides to finally fight back with his hits, but still they need to come up with some distance. Bisk goes in with the wall response. BB charging on forward. Split Earth is going to not be landing. It's Bisk who's still alive, and for somehow, some way, it's actually going to be Yasho who are able to run away. But 11, he decided to go back, and that was his mistake. Krish now goes in with a Requiem, able to still keep 11 going, and it's Baby who has lost his life. It's actually going to end up with Krish acquiring a triple kill. Time and time again, Krish.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Oh man, his Shadow Fiend is just insanely impressive. They are able to bait second wind in and are able to take them out.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant are scanning.
And now with the fact that, you know, they have been finding teamfight wins, but they haven't nudged this lead. The lead has still remained stagnant at that 10,000 mark. And the reason for that is the fact that their Mars is struggling and their Razor is struggling, right? It's just Krish who is able to come up as a difference maker in a lot of these team fights. The question then becomes, how long can he do that for? How long can he just keep on carrying these team fights on his back? They're going to go for a smoke of deceit, but Krish, he'll be able to blink back. It's going to be Bisk who'll get immediately traded out, but Krish might be able to take out Takahashi. The Glimmer Cape is able to keep Takahashi safe, and at the end, and at the same time, the arena, it has worn off. 11, he's done his job at actually creating a buffer, but now Takahashi goes in once more with the Avalanche Toss. Krish unable to launch that Requiem, very low on his HP. In the end, he goes down. As 11, he has to get back on that Razor. Nevermind will be falling as he tried to did overextend. And now Bisk, the last remaining member apart from the Razor, who has already gone back to the fountain. I doubt that Bisk will be able to make it out. Just a few hits from Jengi will be enough. At the end of the day, it is still going to be a 4 for 2. Static Link is there. BB does use that Split Earth. Her long range hook shot comes in. There is the Blade Mail for 11, but the problem is, even though he does dish out a fair bit of damage, and that is enough to take out MYN, the rest of the lineup isn't alive. So this will be a lane of barracks at the very least. With the damage output coming in from that Edict alongside Jengi, this is probably
Radiant's middle
going to be maybe even more for one as Jengi makes his way towards that bot lane. I doubt he wants to go for the barracks though. Roshan is going to roar, and that actually falls very quickly. Krish is not nearby. He also does not have the souls that he would ideally want. You do have the Mars. He was thinking about it. Could have decided to go in, but did not reach there in time. And this will be Jengi. Or rather, it's actually going to be Bisk, right? It's, yeah. Oh, okay. Bisk actually makes it out. He's going for the Walrus kick for that Aghanim Scepter. If he does get to that, that could be a good timing to have. Clockwork will go down. This could be a good start to the fight, but the arena has been used. Tammy will glimpse BB back, so Tammy is still alive, but it's actually going to be the normal punch. So there's quite a few punches in this game available.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Still though, a 20,000 net worth advantage, and at the end of the day, the state of the game has not changed. It will take a miracle to reverse the course of the game, or maybe to turn the tides of the game in Yasho's favor. And that miracle for Yasho, this game has been a player named Krish, but can he get it done is the big problem, or rather the big question. Takahashi will be sent up into the air. Krish will send out his Requiem. No, he'll decide against it. It's going to be 11 on that backline. A good approach to a team fight. Bisk has gone down, but the wall of replica is actually holding Krish back. Now Takahashi will be traded. So at the end of the day, it is going to be a 1-for-1. But the Clockwork, having fallen, may have just turned it to a 2-for-1. But the Clockwork will actually come back into the game. Krish needs to be really careful. Does find the Hurricane fight towards the other side. As the Clockwork comes in, Krish, though, activates his BKB. Should be able to make it back to his high ground. Throws out the Requiem, but it didn't catch. Never mind. He came in with the BKB. And now with Krish having lost his life, he does have that buyback. Barely so, by about 70 gold. He needs to come back in order to defend this high ground, because there's, honestly, quite frankly, Second Wind are not going anywhere. Jengi will continue to poke at this tier 3 unless he's given a reason to go back, and that reason is a very costly one. Never mind, coming in with the vacuum. 11 in a big trouble. Still no buyback having come out for Yasho. 11 needs to make it out of the arena. He does manage to do so, barely lives. But still, these barracks, they are going to be forfeit. So at the end of the day, the price is heavy on both sides, whether or not you expend the buyback or you don't. But the real question is Second Wind even going to go back? Because you do have Takahashi teleporting towards the outpost. You have a creep wave being pushed out by the Dartseer. And you have Jengi on the high ground. Jengi activates that Satanic, able to replenish his HP. As it will be 11 saved by that snowball. Static Storm also comes out, but another vacuum coming in from Nevermind. He is just going to be able to run over the side of Yasho. Krish buys back, but it's a bit too little, too late for the Shadow Fiend, as he can't turn the tide of this team fight. They will be able, or rather, they will lose their base. And Mega Creeps will be on the horizon for Second Wind, as Krish will go down a second time, and that should be the game there. Yasho getting wiped out. Bisk will call it. Second Wind will be the ones to acquire the second game win, and will be taking Yasho to a game number 3. out all that much. At the same time, the Huskar can't exactly focus on his farm, so they are successful in that regard. He even wonders if they're done with their little play attempts. But I have a feeling they're not. I have a feeling second wind, they're just getting started. Krish is going to get pushed back by the Shadow Fiend, or rather by Takahashi. The Shadow Fiend is the one getting pushed back. Oh, never mind. Actually gets picked up towards that bot lane. Krish able to find a kill. And you can't give too many of these kills away towards the side lanes, because you have to remember the mid lane is already going to be a one lane by Yasho. So the fact of the matter is, 11 is at the top of the CS chart, Krish is at the top of the CS chart, and if they are at the top while the kills or skill board is even, second win may just be too far behind. It's a life break on Takahashi as he does manage to boulder away, but 11 was able to pick up the kill on MYN. That is the second time 11 has been able to take out the Treant Protector, and it does kind of feel like Yasho are getting a bit too much on these side lanes and on that mid lane. I mean, you can see the BB, he has about 18 losses, but that's all he has. Life break is actually going to be dodged by that sleight of fist. Very nicely done by him. As a Spirit Breaker, he charges towards Takahashi, who does get hit by the charge. Let's see how many bashes actually come out. The answer is none. Takahashi will just push the Spirit Breaker away. At the same time, BB, he is waiting for the Spirit Breaker to make his appearance towards that high ground. But no, BB will actually just go back. Doesn't actually want to contest anyone here.
The worms will have you.
Radiant are scanning.
Spirit Breaker gets hit by the charge and will go down. 11 able to pick up the kill there.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And again, that is the third time the Beastmaster has been able to acquire the kill on the Treant Protector. Mid lane,
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has
11 able to take, or rather, it's Grinch who was able to take out a tower. I think it's Walkie, right? At the same time, it's a bit, because the in-game nicks have been changed and the rules have been changed around as well. So, I mean, you can change the rules as much as you want, right? It's you don't have to play. It's actually interesting because I remember I costed a tier 2 tournament in December, and that was that was a pretty fun tournament. It had the likes of Mushi Chuan, Admiral Bulldog, the likes of the old guard, the TI champions playing. Burning was there too. And they were all playing on the support roles. Krish, though, is in massive trouble. He does have that Requiem, attempts to unleash it, but that Vacuum was held by Nevermind, and they will be successful in taking out that Shadow Fiend. At the same time, response does come in from Yasho, but I don't think they can get much done here. There is no armlet up for this Huskar. He's used up his stick charges and now needs to find some kind of gap. He does use a life break, maneuvers around, will be able to take out MYN before going down, as now the roar's been unleashed by 11. BB in a bit of trouble. The charge is going to land on him, and then another bash actually comes out. It's going to be the Weaver Jengi able to take out Bisk. An overall very chaotic team fight, but I think that with Krish appearing from the teleport, Jengi is going to go back. At the end of the day, though, that is a 3-for-2 exchange, and you disable the Huskar's timing on that armlet. I think it's a pretty good move coming in from Second Wind. They also took down Krish, so that's actually a 4-for-2, and it's not stopped. This might actually turn into an entire team wipe. It's 5 heroes Second Wind were able to take down. The Beastmaster fell lost. Now Bisk is going in for the charge. I don't think he's going to be able to get much done here. It's at the end of the day, a second win, able to fight back hard. And the Weaver Jengi is at the very top of the net worth chart. We all saw what became of this pattern when the Weaver was just unstoppable. And right now with the Swarm, oh no, the Huskar, is he dead? Jengi able to acquire a solo kill on the Huskar. And you have to remember, when you play the Huskar, you either come in with tempo or you lose the game. You get stomped by the other side if your Huskar does not find the value in the pick. And right now, they are not finding the value. Sure, they've disabled the Ember Spirit. He only has about 30 lost hits, but he's not that far behind the Huskar. He's only 500, or rather 700 net worth behind him. As you desperately need this armlet in order to actually fight against the lineup of Second Wind. Should be able to acquire that armlet soon. As the Beastmaster is going for that Aghanim Scepter. It's actually going to be Krish this time around. He is able to unleash the Requiem. He will be traded though at the end of the day. I suppose not too bad for him considering he's the one that got the kill on Takahashi. But this is an overall worse off trade for Yasho. They lose Bisk and Tammy has nowhere to go. In fact, he does not have a teleport, and the rest of the lineup of Second Wind, they realize this. So Tammy's life is going to be forfeit guaranteed. It is essentially a 3-for-1 that comes out for Second Wind. BB ends up with a double kill and has will be overtaking the Huskar in terms of net worth. A pick that has not worked out for your show, unfortunately. So they'll have to fall back to their contingency plan, which is to just farm up on Krish and farm up on their Beastmaster.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Beastmaster uses that roar,
Radiant's middle tower is under
tries to get back, and will be successful in doing so. The fight is on the other part of the map though, as the Huskar finally able to take out the Ember. As BB will have he was always supposed to have a late timing for whatever he went for first, right? But it's not as late as it will be, it's not as late as it would have been if the Huskar had a good game. Now the Huskar finally does recover with that kill, but the question then becomes, is he going to go for additional tempo? Is he going to go for kills, or is he going to fall back to farm?
Radiant are scanning.
Right now, it does seem like he's pretty much content with just farming, while the rest of Second Wind, they are also going in for the farm. Now, they do have that Pipe of Insight, the Arcane Boots on Nevermind, so one of the win conditions for them was the build-up of these auras, and they do have that with MYN being picked out by the Huskar. Not sure what the Treant Protector is doing here. I suppose the idea was to grab the Shrine of Wisdom. This is something he kept on trying in that previous game too. Second Wind do love their Shrines of Wisdom.
Its middle tower is under attack.
As BB, I'm not sure why he lost the gold. He had 900. He was supposed to pick up that diadem. Interestingly enough, all diadems are tiaras, but not all tiaras are diadems. A tiara is supposed to be a fancy diadem. Charge in on towards this Beastmaster. Teleports are coming in, but with BB nearby, the Warlock's only gonna get shackled instead. 11 has already gone down. A nice vacuum coming in by Nevermind as Krish unleashes that Requiem, but it has not done anything. BB is still going on strong, uses the Searing Chains as Bisk tries to help out Krish, but it will not matter. Now, it has to be the Huskar to try and do something, as he will be able to take out Gengi at the very least, but in the end, this will still be Second Wind who are able to come up with that massive advantage. A 4-for-1, it will be a 4-for-2. If Takahashi does die, he will, but still, it's not worth it for your show. And if the idea is that you come in to support your Beastmaster, why are the teleports not coming in earlier? We saw the Warlock quick with his fingers, but because no one else showed up, Warlock just died with the Beastmaster there. And if the Huskar was there, perhaps with the Requiem from Krish, they would have been able to turn it around. Krish, he essentially tried to run back. He had those 5 to 6 seconds of him just running around. And you needed your Huskar then. Charge is going to come in, as it does manage to land on Bisk. Now, Spirit Breaker is going to get vacuumed back, tries to run around, but in the end, I think he will fall. There's the Ion Shell that is, the double Ion Shell, in fact, is a bit too much for the Spirit Breaker. I suppose it's okay. At the end of the day, the job of the Spirit Breaker is just to build up the space. The question is, who are you building the space for? Beastmaster does have his Aghanim's. Krish does have his Yasha and Kaya, so it does seem like this plan is kind of working out. Oh, Roar used up on BB, but he has that illusion rune, something they did not see. Another great vacuum coming in from Nevermind. However, the follow-up is limited because they don't want to go in. It's actually going to be the Huskar that does want to jump right in the midst of everyone from Second Wind, but he does not have the backup. In the end, Gengi will be able to acquire that double kill, charge on forward, take out Tammy to end it with a triple, and he's still not done. Uses that time lapse, so he will be coming back into this, but sees Krish, so decides to go back. Takahashi will also be able to disengage. And overall, 3-for-1 once more, and we saw what became of this. This is starting to become a bit of a pattern from that second game. It has been Yasuo who are not finding the correct trades. We saw the Huskar jump in, but it seemed like the rest of the lineup from Yasuo, they were not ready. They had already expended that roar. The Chaotic Offering was not off cooldown. I don't think Krish was in the right position because he wants to farm up for that Blink Dagger. That entire team fight, the entire narrative changes once he has that Blink initiation.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I'm sensing a pattern here.
Beastmaster is actually going for that Pipe of Insight. He doesn't want to go for that Blink Dagger. I wonder why. Because you have such good jumping mechanisms. The Huskar that can jump in, the Shadow Fiend that can jump in, and if you had that Beastmaster who can jump in too, perhaps that might be good. But they should be wary of Nevermind with his vacuums, because time and time again, he has found the perfect vacuums. Not just in this game, but also in the previous one. In my book, he is the MVP of maybe this entire series. Huskar looking for the life break. I mean, he'll be able to find it. It's a pretty far off life break. BB does have the additional remnant back. I mean, he has one more remnant to play with, so he's honestly fine. He's pretty much the worst target to go in on if you're the Huskar. As Gengi is going for that Lincoln Sphere, when he gets to that timing, it's going to be so much harder to actually take out the Weaver.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Beastmaster. I mean, he's dead. The only question is there going to be a counterplay? And it doesn't really seem like it. They'll abandon the Beastmaster, leave him for dead, and probably able to take out this tier 1 tower because of that kill. I doubt that Yasuo want to take a fight. They are 1,000 net worth behind. It may not seem like much, but the fact of the matter is, Yasuo came in with a Huskar pick, which has not exactly worked out as planned. So, is the fact that they are playing kind of against the clock. Now, it's not entirely so, because at the end of the day, I think Krish with those Requiems will always be able to take out a hero like the Weaver, who is very squishy. It just depends on how much of a buffer the rest of Second Wind are able to provide that Weaver. If they can keep their Weaver alive, I think Gengi will be able to carry this game. If they can't keep the Weaver alive, well, we all know what happens. It'll be Yasuo who will run over the Dire lineup. It's a point booster for the Ember, so he's going for that Aghanim Scepter. They won't actually attempt to take the Shrine, or rather the Tormentor. I think it's because they sense a potential Roshan attempt is happening, and I don't think they'll find anyone in the pit. Takahashi will spot out the Spirit Breaker, who is going to get silenced down. Now the use does come out. Tammy does have this Chaotic Offering. Need to drop it down if he wants to start a fight. And they do! They catch the Weaver with the Roar! As this is a perfect fight coming in from Yasuo. Never mind, with his Vacuum cannot turn the tide in his favor. Will just have to get back. Biscuit is going to go in for the charge, but the BB is going to disable it. It is, however, the Huskar still holding on to his life break. MYN is potentially, probably dead. As Yasuo, they finally find the best fight and now have paved the way to take Roshan down.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Huskar does pick up the Aegis, so it does seem like a lot of the momentum that... and it does come down to the same point I was bringing up, right? If you can keep your Weaver safe, he can carry the team fight. But if you can't keep the Weaver safe, your team fight just collapses on top of itself. You have nothing more to do apart from just hightail it out of there. 11 did not even have a Blink Dagger. It was just a setup coming in from Tammy with that Chaotic Offering. They have the Aegis, they have, or rather will be able to take this tower down, and maybe that is enough to actually then pressure that Tormentor. Should be able to take it because they are centered around this position. Two of their players do come in through the gate, and I think the Huskar and Shadow Fiend are enough to take down the Tormentor, but Tammy does decide to show up to spread a bit of that damage. It will be best to now have that added, or rather improved charge of darkness. The Planner Pocket is in his courier.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
A Smoke of Deceit comes out.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
As they do go in through the gate here. So they want to have an attempt at backstabbing Yasuo. The rest of their lineup is not there. Gengi is farming towards that mid side, so we'll have to teleport on over. The tower has gone down, and it seems like the initiation is going to come in towards that backline. Tammy, though, he's able to jaunt, or rather run away from it. It's going to be Takahashi who will go down first. Tammy drops down that Chaotic Offering, and for Second Wind, they've already lost the 2. BB held, or rather trying to run back to the base, never mind, also trying to do the same thing, but will be held back by the Use and will face the full fury of Yasuo. It is going to be his wicked 6 streak finally being picked up, and for Yasuo, they are now 7,000 net worth ahead. A bit brutal of a loss there for Second Wind, as they quite simply cannot approach the team fight in the correct manner. it kind of feels like their heroes are lost without a purpose, and that teleport in by the Weaver while the rest of Second Wind were trying to approach it from that backline, they don't have any damage on anyone else. How do you take out Tammy? Because he has that Guardian Greaves. He can just pop those, dispel away the Searing Chains, dispel away anything you come in with. The Magnetize can be dispelled, the Leech Seed can be dispelled, the Overgrowth can be dispelled. Everything just dissipates. And at the end of the day, if there are multiple heroes on top of Tammy, he uses that dispel. All he needs to do to counter initiate is drop down his golem on top of Second Wind, on top of their heads. And it really feels like a very easy way to counter initiate. And when that happens, Second Wind, they then start probing the team fight and realize that there is so much that can come at them. The Roar, the Life Break, the Requiem, the Charge can come in from anywhere. So it's very rough to start the team fight in this manner. It's also very hard for the Weaver to, squirm around, to be a bug, so to say. It kind of feels like the Weaver in this game has to be the frontliner, and the Weaver is a horrible frontline. Weaver wants to be a bug, just wants to itch and bite until the bites become too big. It's gonna be Krish sent up into the Eels. I doubt they'll be able to get this kill. Krish, in fact, will absorb that roll away from Takahashi, and not really too sure what the attempt there was, but perhaps it was to force out that blink or that BKB, and they have been able to do that. The only problem is the Shadow Fiend's BKB, the magic damage Shadow Fiend's BKB is not really duration dependent. He just needs the BKB to be able to unleash the Requiem. That's what the BKB is for. So whether it's 9 seconds or 6 seconds doesn't really matter.
Scanning.
BB? There we go. That's the Requiem, and Krish didn't even need the BKB for that. BB will go down, and oh, that is a huge loss for the Ember Spirit. He does have his Aghanims. Again, there's the Dispel. Magnetize withered away. Leech Seed gone. And Tammy appears to be a target that they cannot take down. There's a recounter initiation. And suddenly, Second Wind will realize that unless they come in with a plan, these kills are not going to work out.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Jengi, though, he does certainly have a plan, almost able to take out that Beastmaster, but now can no longer do that with the rest of Yasho showing up. I don't think Jengi will fall, but quite honestly, a 12,000 net worth advantage for Yasho. They are demonstrating the fact that, honestly, they're able to play really well here.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Bisk going in for the charge, as the Requiem does get sent out, but I think, never mind. Somehow, someway made it out. Game is still not over. And I say that in the sense that the game is still not won by Yasho. There are still options available. I mean, Jengi, he is going for that Daedalus, will have it, so he'll have a Desolator Daedalus. He will have a certain amount of damage output. As Bisk, roll is not going to land on him. Perhaps if it did, they would have been able to take him down. It's not really Takahashi's fault. Bisk was just too high of a movement speed. And they're actually cutting the trees here. They think that Takahashi, or rather MYN, is in those trees. He is not. He is actually in front of the Huskar, soaking up that experience. Oh no, is he gonna poke the Huskar? Please don't poke the Huskar. Please do not. Poking the Huskar is worse than poking the bear. You know, if I were in the woods,
Radiant's courier has been
if I had to choose between being in the woods with a Huskar or a bear, I would choose the bear. Don't want to be in the woods with a Huskar. MYN. Well, they finally do catch the tree out, and they'll also take out his D ward, or rather his ward. Amplify damage rune at the ready too. Sure, they don't have the Aegis any longer, but look at the auras on this Beastmaster. Oh man, he is a walking aura right now. Guardian Greaves, Pipe, as well as the Crimson Guard. I mean, physical damage block, magical damage block, dispel, heal, mana regen. This lad is really packing it all.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Tower does go down. Oh, great vacuum coming in, but there's a disengagement. It's just the fact that you have so many strong auras, which means the follow-up is going to be very limited. In fact, 11 doesn't even feel the damage. It barely tickles him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's going to be another Roshan. It comes with a banner, and with the fact that the tier 2 towers have all been taken out,
Radiant
this Roshan will mean that your high ground is going to be besieged. And never mind, he's been coming out with some great vacuums. Where is the follow-up going to come from? Takahashi can go in with the Magnetize, but the simple matter is, two of the opponents on your side have that instant dispel. The Greaves is not only up for 11, but it's also up for Tammy. And the rest of their lineup, Shanafine, Twitch has that BKB. Huskar has that dispel too, right? With the inner fire coming in. Actually, no, he doesn't actually have that. The life breaks dispel. So
Radiant's top
it's
tower
still,
is under attack.
you know, only one hero can get affected by it. That's Bisk. But even he has that insane amount of status resistance, so he can dispel things too. So your AoE abilities are not going to matter. Is it the physical damage? We'll have to see if that is going to be enough, because they are going to be tested for it. Now, the Weaver Jengi does have that Daedalus, does have that Desolator too, but not too many stacks on that Deso, unfortunately. The first lane of barracks is going to be picked up. There is a second creep wave available on that bot side, so it's going to mean that you do have to confront reality if you're second wind. You will have to take a fight here. BB trying to... Oh. Was a good remnant play, never mind. Waiting in for that vacuum. And it is a good attempt. Requiem though comes out. It does seem like that's even better. Krish able to pick up the kill on Takahashi, as MYN over on that backline does what he can with that overgrowth. But in the end, Jengi, it is going to be up to him. He does manage to take out that Huskar, but ends up getting roared instead. Will have to buy back in the fight, uses his time lapse to re-enter the team fight, and another route coming in. Might be able to take out Krish. It's his first life that goes down, and now 11 is in a world of trouble. The charge is not going to land on BB. The vacuum is going to hold Bisk in though. And in the end, Krish will disengage. He will make it back to his fountain. But Jengi ends up with a triple kill. Even though he did have to buy back, they do still hold on to their second lane of barracks. So not too bad for second win. But they now have to play this incredibly careful. Weaver goes down. Their game is lost. 3,800 in terms of net worth, 600 gold only being acquired. I mean, 3,800 net worth swing is not going to really mean that you're back into the game, but it does mean that Jengi can go for the Hail Mary play of that Divine Rapier that he has queued up.
Radiant's middle tower Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Krish almost level 25, so he'll have the either cost speed, or he'll probably go for the raise applying attack damage. Either one is actually pretty okay, because I personally prefer the raise applies attack damage, because that means it's just on a physical DPS Shadow Fiend, it means you have a 420 raise boost on your attack damage, right? Rather than the other way around. So your raise will dish out essentially 1,000 damage each, with your subsequent raises being, 1100 and 1200. So it is I'm not exactly sure if you can get the critical strike with that level 25 talent. It may be possible.
Radiant are scanning.
The rune of haste.
Tormentor does get picked up.
Dire are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yasuo are looking for something here, while, they're looking for kills here, but the rest of Second Wind, they are essentially playing around the map, because they want to get back to their buybacks. Now, Jengi does have that Divine Rapier, needs to be a bit careful. Oh, no. Oh, no, Bisk. Krish may not be able to unleash the Requiem in the first place. It is too much damage coming in from Jengi as he goes on towards the Huskar as well, but now Jengi needs to be careful. He's gonna get hit by the bash. That's a dieback for the Weaver. And his Divine Rapier hits the deck. The Huskar is able to pick that up, and it does seem like it's pretty much game over. Krish will actually buy back into this as BB. He tries to do what he can, but can't even take out Tammy yet. The Ghost Scepter comes out by Tammy, as Huskar is still going on strong, uses that inner fire with a roar coming out on that Ember Spirit. It is going to be a dead Ember as Krish throws out his Requiem in the end. Second Wind will lose the team fight and probably have just lost the game. When we take a look at the buybacks, sure, actually, no one on their lineup actually has a buyback apart from that Earth Spirit who is alive. BB will call GG. It was, at the end of the day, a very valiant effort coming in by Jengi. We see that because Krish also tips out Jengi, and he did try in that very last fight, getting that kill on the Spirit Breaker, getting a kill on Krish, and if he was able to stay alive, I think they might have been able to equalize the game. Unfortunately, it was a very high-risk maneuver that did not end up paying out that same kind of reward. It was still, at the end of the day, a good effort. For your show, they came out with the win. They proved themselves to be the better team today. And the road is most definitely a bit longer. They'll have to consistently prove that point, especially towards some of the other teams out there that are waiting for your show. And taking a look at that group of who exactly is going to be going at it against your show, they still have to play their series against Team Ivory and Verosia, so those two matches will be the big ones to actually look out for. They have lost the series, or rather, they've already played against Verosia. They have lost to Verosia. Yasho, though, with this series win, a pretty good shot at making it into the playoffs, considering only one team gets eliminated at the group stage. For now, guys, this is going to be it. We will be resuming with Grin Station Lunar Snake Trophy tomorrow, as this was the only match for today. Thank you all for tuning in. This is your host, Tultrus. As always, I'll be signing out, but make sure to tune in tomorrow, and I will make sure to see you all then.
the constant shadow poison coming through from the Shadow Demon in this lane. It's just like background noise at this point. It just happens all that often. As till the end, again, moving himself back into the lane. Got to be careful because he doesn't want to get caught out again. So you can see that both the Luna and the Disruptor here playing at a funny angle, trying to keep themselves away, but that ward is down in the lane here. Alberca taking a lot of damage here in that top lane, but is going to be able to move himself away. And once again, Emergent just carries on putting these poisons out. So SC loses so much of his health. He loses about 2/3 of his health to that Shadow Poison stack.
Yeah, he automatically activates this because like, I'm out of mana. I'm not going to be able to throw out any more Shadow Poison. Doesn't have any mangoes or anything, so it had to be used just then.
Yeah. And we're going to see Finance rotating in. Nicky Cool in this mid lane here could be in a little bit of trouble, but again, those heroes are missing, so just keeping himself back on the map here. 40 last hits for the Keeper of the Light, but 11 denies coming out. Queen of Pain, Supreme. It's looking quite nice for Supreme, not to the point where there's any advantage here. So actually, Nicky Cool, there's going to be a chase coming down here now as well. Supreme, is he going to try and go for that blinking? He's got his Sonic Wave up now as well. As he takes a lot of damage from this one, going to be able to get the kill. And now the Thunder Strike coming out onto Supreme as well. He's going to pop that haste, maybe try and go for the chase now, but he doesn't know which target to go for. And now Nicky Cool, after choosing a target, he loses so much health from that Solar Bind coming out as well. So Supreme just has to use that portal, get himself back into the mid lane, it feels like.
Till the end, went for the same skill build in the previous game, by the way. 2 points to Thunder Strike, which means he's going to be maxing out Glimpse by about levels 8. And I was thinking if he has Kinetic Field, might have been able to move on. But Supreme...
Oh, Supreme actually
Bushwhack!
blinks into them. Could be able to get a real Sonic Wave up there as well. Take down both. The rotation coming through, and now they're going to be able to go onto Immersion as well. Immersion surely doesn't get himself away from this one. Nah, no, with a Shadow Dagger out there as well. Immersion will go down. Supreme gets the credit for the kill.
Dude, this is rough. You have the Shadow Demon Disruptor. We talked about this is not a kill combo. And it's particularly bad against Queen of Pain, where you have no stuns or silences or anything. So Supreme is like, this is... And even the Coddle doesn't add anything in terms of the killing potential. So you gotta ignore Supreme. This was a bit of a KYXY move by Power Rangers.
I feel like you have something against KO, so you keep bringing it up.
No, poor guy. I mean, we talked about early, the game 1 of the bad things that some players might be known for. And, poor guy.
Okay. Yeah, it does feel like you say that you get the disruption off onto the Queen of Pain. The kinetic field goes up. There's the Solar Bind there as well. And Supreme just goes, okay, I'll just blink away. I'll come back in like 10 seconds when everything's worn off, and you guys have fun. And like I said, the blink in there to get the Sonic Wave off as the heroes were clumped up on his high ground. Really nicely played by Supreme, and was able to just in the river, wasn't sure which way to go, had to back himself off after that Solar Bind comes out. But a great recovery there from Supreme, and yeah, in a circle, starting this game off well.
Very nice for them. And they have to be a little bit worried here on Power Rangers because that mech is not going to take too long for Sir to get his, I was going to say highest net worth, but second highest net worth among the supports. And he's just farming up, had first blood. I think he's actually slightly poorer than I expected Chen in this situation, but still in a very good spot to get a fast mech.
Yeah, and we'll see how long that's going to take, because like you say, he's already got himself the header. He's already building towards us now as well. As you get the catch out, Finance, he's one hero that doesn't have a blink. The scurry not going to pay off there. It doesn't work that way. Yeah, Nicky Cool trying to, again, reset this mid lane as well. The rotation's coming through. Even Luna Moon off the lane for that one, it feels like. And we'll see, because the Centaur isn't really being contested at all. Got the same net worth as the Luna in this lane here. Centaur, he takes a little bit of damage, but even going to be able to go back, just heal up, come right back in, especially because it is going to be the Helm of the Dominator coming out. So he has a Salve, he has that inbuilt regen now as well. So yeah, going to be really hard to push him off this lane, it feels like.
Meanwhile, Nicky Cool is farming up Ancients.
The
top lane!
Sonic Wave comes out here. It's even going to stop the sprint, and Alberca's going to go down. Supreme gets the credit for the kill. No one to deny him here, Alberca. And again, good rotation coming out for the Queen of Pain.
Power Rangers, at the moment, I feel like they have no real playmaker. They've got no one for the supports to be like, okay, we'll follow this guy around, try to get a kill, turn those into towers. They got no one for this. As Alberca, Slardar is poor. Nicky Cool, really, no stuns. No stuns is tough.
Yeah, it is. The control in this game, it is looking really darn rough here. Nesphia is trying to do his best to farm up, but he's only just got the
Mask.
You know, the one piece, he's got the broadsword out. Yeah, he doesn't have the morbid mask just yet. Still a few hundred gold away from that, and he really is being impacted compared to the Dragonite. And the Dragonite, you know, doesn't even have that farm facet anymore with the red dragon. Everybody goes for the green dragon, and still going to be able to get ahead with that splash damage.
Yep, I mean, you automatically get it just by turning to a dragon, which is very nice. And I like what the 4-2-3 is going for blink first. This indicates I want to fight. I want to join my team on the blink and catch, you know, the coddle or whoever. And especially when you have a Centaur Stampede. So Power Rangers, they're in for their rough 10 minutes. Very rough.
Yeah, we'll see. You know, how how they try and weather this one, how much map control they're going to lose, if any. You know, because they do have some decent wave play, the Shadow Poisons, Thunder Strikes, as well as Nikki Cool's entire kit. Even the Luna, you know, with the glaives to a point, if she just wants to dip into the lane, push it back out. But it is going to be interesting, like I said, to see how much map control Inner Circle try and take away from the side of Power Rangers here.
Top lane, they smoke up. This could be an attempt at 4-2-3. Kind of tanky next to the tower, but
Can
possible.
they go here? 4-3, Soulbind comes out immediately, and now there's going to be the catch-up into the crush. Alberca will get the credit for the kill. Good setup here for the side of Power Rangers. And we can see if there's going to be... Because you see that Fernandez is trying to move himself down, or he's signaling that he's moving down to the bottom lane. So maybe try and get some revenge here on Nesphere. But up in the top lane, Power Rangers, they have 3 heroes. They have the Catapult wave. You know, they have the Keeper of Light to clear that wave off so darn quick. So let's see what they can do.
Well, a kill until the end seems the most likely. Bushwhack, wow!
You think the range of the Bushwhack is a little bit strong?
That's bullshit.
The Supreme. Oh, Lucid Beam coming through here as well as the Eclipse Supreme, though. Going to be able to get himself away to safety. Netsphere looking for that chase down. Won't quite be able to get the kill onto Supreme, but it does mean that he leaves the bottom lane unguarded. And there's going to be 2 or 3 heroes. Blink comes in. Have the AD, and you have the Hand of God Heal now coming out as well. And Netsphere, what's he going to try and do? The Lucid Beam comes out, and the Queen of Pain Supreme going to take a lot of damage from this one. And you have the Disruption though as well to keep Luna alive. And the chase out onto SC and the bouncing glaives as well. So SC will be taking damage from this one, but it looks like Luna wants to go
Shadow
back
Poisons?
into the jungle here. But yeah, those Shadow Poisons starting to stack up with one Illuminate Blast. Oh, the urn coming out here. Is that a full Spirit Vessel?
That's a vessel.
It is. So this is going to be big damage here onto this. And so don't think he gets away from this one. The Poison's going to start to stack up again. One more Illuminate, and it will be Immersion against damage for the kill. And even Alberca going Fishman up against Horseman to get the kill onto Lace.
I always favor, well, I was going to say Horseman, but Fishman came out winner in this one as Inner Circle getting a little bit too ahead of themselves in that situation. Supreme blinking in. They get the Eclipse down, so I'm like, all right, they want to go in for a fight, but they should play for buildings. You have the Chen, you have the Dragonite, you have the Centaur. The going for kills is kind of like, I'm not going to say not worth it, but you could just let them come to you instead.
And I don't think they were expecting the Luna to get so aggressive so early on. You know, building into, well, it is going to be the Asha now, so probably the Mad Star coming out. But yeah, immediately going for that Mask of Madness and then getting involved in the fights. I like it when the carries do this, you know, showing that Netsphere, he doesn't plan to just disappear for the first 20 minutes of the game. He does actively want to get involved. And this is something that I think, you know, we saw Gaming Gladiators do at the peak. They got everyone involved at them in the map, you know, at all points of the game.
Ah, yes, Duraccio. Well rewarded for his efforts, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how that story ended, but I'm sure it was a happy one.
For everyone involved, as Alberca, he's got the Blink Dagger on the Slardar. This is pretty huge for them because you can, you know, jump in, catch, followed up with that Illuminate, Blind, not Blind, sorry, Solar Bind, as well as a Spirit Vessel. You can probably burst pretty much everyone down.
Yeah.
Oh, they're making a play for the Wisdom. 30 seconds.
Let's see, Alberca gets that D-Word off there as well. So Luna is here. The scan comes out. You have the Hoodwink. You have, I mean, Sur's moving in close as well. The TP's coming through here. Netsphere's got the Eclipse coming out. Look at the damage. And now the stats jump into the kinetic field. Can't blink over that one here. Queen of Pain. And Queen of Pain going to be taking another Eclipse. No! Doesn't need it. The damage coming out the right clicks from Netsphere just gets the double. And Netsphere, yeah, I genuinely wasn't expecting this from the Luna so early on, but making this work after only the one item here in that Mask of Madness.
Because you were comparing her to your Luna, right? You were saying, like, my Luna, I have to go and farm for items.
Well, no, I was just saying, in general, Luna likes to farm for the items, you know? But, yeah, a lot of the time, you don't see this coming out where you don't, you know, you have a you don't even go for the point in the Eclipse. And I'm talking pros as well. They don't really go for the point in the Eclipse until this around level 12. But yeah, Nesphia going, no, we want to fight. We feel like we've got the better fight, especially with the Soulbind before the BKBs come out as well. That's our early power spike. And yeah, no, Luna getting involved, making it work.
Yeah, just 4 minutes ago, I said that Power Rangers, they're going to be they're in for a rough 10 minutes. And thanks to a few rotations by Nessphere, a couple of overextensions by Supreme, and suddenly it's an even net worth game. And that is terrible for Inner Circle, because your Chen doesn't really scale too much late game. This is kind of peak Chen timing. You should be taking towers. They haven't got... So they've only got 1 tower in there so far, and that's it.
Yeah. And you look at the Luna coming from behind. I think she was about 1,500 gold behind the Dragon Knight, like you were saying about 4 or 5 minutes ago. She was right down there, now top of the net worth. So making that the bouncing blades work for herself, making the farm happen, but finding the kills here as well. 2-1-3 here for the Luna. So having a fantastic time, and that Manta style is going to be absolutely no time at all being done here. Looking at what's that? Probably about a 16.5-minute Manta style here for the Luna.
I'd say so. I mean, it's only got the recipe, about 400 gold. She can definitely get it. Maybe Suz helping him out. He's like, let me make sure you get that a bit faster, buddy.
Yeah, the damage coming through. It's a mess, especially with the Soulbind. Like I say, before the BKBs come out, and they might be able to get a catch on the Queen of Pain. Oh, the bash, it wasn't there. Slaughter, I think the crush was just off the mark there as well. So, yeah, not going to be able to get it, but they will be able to get a tower taken down on the side of Power Rangers. And all of a sudden, not even all of a sudden, for the past 3 or 4 minutes here, Power Rangers, they're the ones in control of this map.
It's completely fallen apart for Inner Circle. You had this draft that was meant to push, and you saw the Dragon Knight who was going to get a Blink Dagger. He changed. He went for Armlet, so it's delaying the fight. And I don't like it. Your timing was to play fast, and they just decided kind of to back off on that, and they're punished heavily for it.
Yeah, especially because in the first 5 minutes, 6 minutes, I want to say, Inner Circle had 6 kills, and then 16 minutes they only have 8. So you can see the drop off coming through, and all started with that gank onto the Dragon Knight in the top lane here, as they do group up themselves here in a circle, looking to maybe make a move. But Alberca might be coming in to try and counter this one. They get the catch out Storm as well as that kinetic field out onto the Hoodwink here. Alberca, does he want to try and look for that blink? It's going to be an early heal coming out by that mechanism here as well, and Alberca gets the crush. Will be able to escape out onto Laze. He doesn't want to throw the Stampede out to try and catch up to the Slaughter.
You see Alberca, he goes very close to Supreme and still manages to dodge the dagger. That is incredibly well done right there, giving so much vision to his team. And they're saying, let's go for more. Fernand's, nah.
They get in. They're going to take the Soulbind out onto Chen now as well. Chen going to be blasted back as well by the Blinding Light. Alberca gets in. Crush out for the double kill. And now Supreme on the run has to blink himself away to safety. Alberca, does he want to carry on going here? He is in the river. He's got that sprint going. And while this is going on, look at the bottom half of the map. We've got Nesphia in the triangle, taking away those ancient stacks, pushing down a tier 1 into a tier 2 as well. And this is, again, early power spike with the Manta style. It means that the Luna can be farming the lane and the jungle at the same time here. And just... Again, if no one rotates to push this one out, you're going to be looking at an early tier 2 for the side of Power Rangers.
That's what he's doing, right? You can see that he just sends the Luna Illusions to the lane, gets 3 out of 4 creeps. And if you're Dire, you have to... Forcing fights is no longer a good plan. You got to find some way to outfarm Power Rangers in a draft that is... in the beginning, seemed to be itemizing towards pushing.
Yeah. And now
you're gonna
it's stalled out just a little bit here. In fact, Power Rangers are going to be able to get the early rush on too.
By the way, you also have Luna with a Shadow Demon, so you can make those powerful Luna illusions. With the Manta, you have 5 Lunas hitting buildings. Very scary moment for Inner Circle right now.
Yeah, and you can see, the Dragon Lance is up. It immediately hits the Manta style and then straight into the Dragon Lance here for the Luna. So we'll see if it's going to be the Hurricane Pike. Maybe... I think if you've got this kind of pace, do you just go straight into the Butterfly here for Luna after the Hurricane Pike? Crush comes out, SC's dead.
I wouldn't mind seeing a BKB, honestly, just because there's so much on the enemy side that you're able to mitigate with the BKB. And everything except the Sonic Wave, right? So BKB is very nice.
Okay.
Meanwhile, Nicky Cool goes for Octarine Core on the Coddle. The chakra is nice, but he's like, I still feel like my cooldowns are a bit too much.
Yeah, some of the lowest cooldowns in the game here for the people are like, but he's like, they could be lower. It could be lower.
I really like how Till the End plays Disruptor. I know I mentioned game 1, but the max Thunderstrike with the talent, it is a nice bit of damage, by the way. And if you get the shard, you can keep the Thunderstrikes like, carrying on all the way. They never actually go to 0.
Is it just built into the thunder? Well, did it used to be the show where if you're being thunderstruck on the kinetic field, you spread the Thunderstrike around the kinetic field?
Oh, that's the facet.
Oh, right, okay, yeah.
There's the facet now. Which I don't know if that was also built into the hero before at some point. I'm trying to remember. I think it might have been.
As ooh, Netsphere, he dodges off that bushwhack and just going to be able to get him. Well, he gets the creep from the Centaur. Not the Centaur himself, but his Centaur creep here. And now they're going to find out 423. 423, can he get himself away? Pops that armlet, going to try and run himself away, but there's going to be the Spirit Vessel on top of him here. 423, Stampede comes through, but you have till the end look to cut him off. And now he blinks himself. No, the neutrals get him. Yeah, you probably think he couldn't get himself away. He was just trapped in there. So he goes down on his own terms. That's how I'm reading that death.
I think he just got a glimpse and it was lucky that the creeps hit him. But sure.
Yeah.
Massive move by the Dragon Knight not to feed.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Well, we're trying to give people the benefit of the doubt here. Supreme trying to get that blink away. Can he get away to safety? The TP comes in. What's that crush? No, but he takes the aggression off the tier 2 towers.
Yes.
Tactical feed.
Oh, Rob. I wish you were like my cheerleader in real life, It's like, no. Eating the cake is good for you. You're preventing others from having cake. Like, yes, that's what I'm doing. 3 more slices.
Yeah, exactly. You eat the cake, so, nobody develops early diabetes or something like that.
Exactly. Right now, though, that's a glimpse.
Yeah. Good catch. And Luna was, I love that. Luna was moving it over to try and look to get the kill, and the glimpse comes out, and she's like, it's too far. I've got other places I can be farming.
I don't know how Inner Circle, I don't say they dropped the ball on this one, but they did have this really great draft for sticking together, but they lose Fernandes. They're going to lose Fernandes.
Sharpshooter, though, outside of that kinetic field. There is going to be the Dragon Knight caught here at the Static Storm. Alberca pops his BKB. So Supreme, do they want to try and go for the chase down here? Out onto him. It's going to be the TP away here by Alberca. While this is going on, you've got Nesphia hitting onto tier 3 towers. This is just being your Power Rangers just push-pull potential coming through perfectly. And yeah, Nesphia, on one side, you've got Alberca on the other looking for fights, and Inner Circle don't know which way you have to come in and go in here, because how do you defend against this?
I'm not sure. Inner Circle, maybe they're going to hope that Power Rangers is going to have to overextend and then they can win that way, because the best thing you can do is just wait for the Aegis to expire. I don't imagine Power Rangers is going to go high ground with 1 minute left on the Aegis. You wait for that to expire, then you use your Centaur Dragon Knight, get on top of the Luna. Who does she have the BKB? Went for the Butterfly instead. Okay.
And I mean, it makes sense because once you start to, in my eyes, it makes sense that you can siege down the buildings like you were talking about here with the Shadow Demon. You don't even need to put the hero on the line. You just send the illusions in. You send, this kind of push army coming through from Nesphia, and Nesphia can stand back. So the Butterfly is going to benefit these illusions here as till the end. You can't pause there.
Oh, I was wondering why the Bushwhack didn't come out in time. Oh dear, because the Hoodwink sees him. He was like, "Oh, the Bushwhack could be a nice kill for them, but it's not there."
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's rough, buddy. That is rough.
Well, speaking of Disruptor, he's got a Vlad's on him. That is interesting move by till the end. Because what about Vlad's for the team? Pretty damn good for the Luna, and she can definitely benefit from the extra lifesteal.
Yeah, absolutely here, as that Butterfly has been complete, just going on the Courier, but no TP for the Luna, so I'm not going to be able to join this fight, and there's no TP on the Courier here either, and doesn't have the gold for one after just buying out. The BKB is going to come out next, but not going to be involved in this fight, so we'll see if they maybe just let till the end be the sacrificial lamb, and everybody else get away here on the side of Power Rangers.
I think if you are Inner Circle, you probably commit. The problem is that you see that there's a tier 1 standing in the top lane. You might think, is Luna going to show up there? They don't know if she doesn't have a TP scroll.
Yeah.
It's like we have perfect information, but these guys don't know this, so you have to make a very risky decision. Do I go for this rather juicy kill, or do I just go back because Luna might show up, even though Luna can't?
Yeah, like you say, we know that, but they don't. So we'll see how it's going to play once the pause does resume. Looking at it overall in terms of the map as well, you've got 13k network lead coming up for Power Rangers, 16-9 at 23 minutes into this game. So if you're in a circle, do you kind of maybe go for this anyway? Do you think they need this fight to maybe try and get something back out of this game?
I think they need this pick off, honestly. It's like, if we can't even kill the enemy position 5 when he runs into 5 of us, it's pretty bad for team morale. So that's at least we gotta get Disruptor. Lace is going for Acceptor on Centaur. Blink, Lotus Orb, Acceptor, just so that he can put the Drag Knight into the cart and be like, you just hit, go damage, and I'll keep you alive.
Yeah. And he's away from that though. The Blink Dagger is going to be coming off cooldown in the next couple of seconds. You see that till the end. Obviously, he has to go the long way around the kinetic field as well till the end. He might be able to get back because the Shadow Demon's not too far off. He can get a range here for a disruption on anyone chasing till the end. I think the Queen of Pain already used that blink here as well. So we'll see if till the end, is it going to be a great escape? Do they want to carry on going? Or they just back themselves away? The Bushwhack comes out this time though. Sharpshooter, they will actually commit, get the kill. Alberca comes in, gets stopped here by the Centaur Stomp, but they only get the disruptor out of that.
And you know what people are going to say, right? They'll be like, I see what they did, call, then the winning team loses someone. Even though, obviously, the Disruptor was going to be losing his life, kind of regardless of what happened. So nice move there by Inner Circle, trying to at least get some momentum moving on for them.
Yeah, and well, we'll see how they're going to respond because it's not even like they have a massive window. It was less than 20 seconds here the Disruptor is going to be dead for, and it's just... Yeah, it's really hard for Inner. I don't really know how they get any real momentum back at the minute.
Oh, the thing is, once this has a BKB, I don't get how Inner Circle is going to fight. Fernandez losing his life again. Oh dear.
Yeah.
See, it's all because of Nesphere's new haircut that Power Rangers is doing so well.
Is that it? Is he doing the 100 push-ups, 100 squats, 100 sit-ups, running 10 kilometers a day without air conditioning? Is that how he got the haircut?
That is all he needs to. As you can look at Inner Circle and be like, I wish we had done some of that. We should be doing 100 push-ups as well. As they're gonna go mid. Really?
They might just try and force this one out now as well. There's going to be a glimpse coming out into the Eclipse now as well. SC's going to go down onto this one. No one can fight in with that Eclipse going here. We're looking at it 24 minutes into this second game, and Power Rangers are looking to maybe potentially take... did they even go for full Megas here? They've got the Luna, so the siege is going to start with those bouncing glaives around the buildings. Fortification comes out, but that's only going to do so much as they are now... Well, they're looking at 2 lanes of racks down here in a circle.
They got no... Do they have an answer for this? The Dragon Knight, he's queuing up the blink, but he's 1,000 gold away. They're going for like this massive wraparound in the top lane, maybe hoping someone's going to show up. Look at the drawing though, coming out from Nicky Cool. He's like, I think they're going to be there. For some reason, it's not showing on the street. Oh,
Nicky Cool, they're going to try and go. Sonic Wave comes out to Nicky Cool now as well. They have the damage to take him down. They do immersion, solar bind out onto the Dragon Knight. Dragon Knight silence now as well. Do they want to try and chase onto this one? Alberca going to back himself away. And they get a pick, but the buildings in the base still being pressured.
Immersion Disruption was on cooldown. He actually walked forward just so he can give him the greater healing Lotus. He's like, here you go, buddy. This'll feed you. And then, but wasn't able to get it just in time.
Let's see. They're going to carry on fighting. They're going to be able to get the jump out. The Chen goes down now as well.
Nice Bushwhack.
Storm, but there's going to be a great Bushwhack coming through here. Alberca has the BKB. Nesphia says, I don't even need a BKB. I've got the right-click damage Stampede, but it's going to be to get away to safety now as well. The Dragonite Armlet toggle, that was so close because there was a glaive in the air. Bushwhack comes through. They get to catch onto the Disruptor now as well, but Nesphia, he just starts onto this tier 3 tower.
Slight mistake by Alberca using or immersion, whichever one you call. The disruption came out at the same time as the cells that are in Kush, which allowed Supreme to move away just fine. Oh, Bushwhack on nothing.
Yeah, the storm comes out here.
Manta!
Nesfido, he has the Eclipse, the rundown onto Lays, and Lays the Lotus Orb's going to be, but it's going to be an Eclipse. It doesn't save his life. Supreme has to buy back there as well. Netsphere is just ripping through absolutely everybody. And these tier 4s, there's just going to be the bounce between them here. Look at how quickly they're going to go down. 26 minutes into the second game. It's going to be the GG. And in a circle, they just could not stand up to this pressure after a great early game start. Power Rangers, they just say, you know what? Nah, we feel like winning, and they take game number 2-2.
Game number 2-2. Yeah, I like. But did you see what he did this spear? The centaur jumps in with the hoof stop, and he manta dodges the stun. Very nicely done there by Power Rangers. If you look at the graph, though, Inner Circle looked like they were in a fairly solid lead at that 10-minute mark. 2.5 thousand. They were doing a good job, but they get the kill on the Dragon Knight, and somehow they just crumble. Dragon Knight doesn't go for Blink, he goes for Armlet, saying, I don't want to fight anymore, which is weird. They don't stick together, they don't have a pipe, they get a Lotus Orb instead on Blaze. Just decisions coming out from itemization, making them play a certain way that they were not suited for, and they lost the game because of that.
Yeah, and it's just going to be, like you say, Power Rangers being the better team here. It feels like, they took advantage of the timings. They found their openings. They were able to get the kills. You look at Alberca, 11-1-3 on the slaughter here. He found his timings in, making quick work of the second game. So really well played by the set of Power Rangers. Inner Circle, again, not out. They do drop down to the lower bracket, but Power Rangers will be the first team to move through in the upper bracket. And that is going to be it for the first series. We have a little bit of a longer break on our hands, so it is going to be the second series coming up soon, Pipsqueak versus Aloha Squad, but not quite yet. So go get yourself something to eat, guys. Get yourself something to drink. You'll go for maybe a quick walk around your area. Come back in about, let's say, about 15 minutes time as we get ready to get started here for the second series. But for now, thank you very much for tuning in. We'll see you after this break.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.